All right, are we back?
Lord Wind's blessing upon thee.
Okay, Blackwolf, thank you so much for gifting a sub to Marvelous Miscreant. I'm sorry about that, guys. The power just flickered, and usually around here when that happens, it means somebody crashed into a telephone pole. Or, a utility pole. Because we get a fair bit of that. We get a fair bit of stupid drivers. People who just have to show the world how fast they can go, and then they park themselves up a tree. Or knock out the power, or the internet. But, yeah, welcome back, and sorry about that, everybody. Oh, override authorization, that's what I need. And actually, before that even... Before that, let's just shut off the stupid machines.
Trouble incoming, Captain.
Damn it, Max! What? What's... Oh, we can't get through here. Oh, yes, we can. I just had to... Sheesh. Thank you, Sugar Crow. I really appreciate that. Alright, this is the security room. I should be able to disable the machines here, I think. Automechanical status. Disable automechanical hostility protocol. Password protection has been disabled by order of Goodfellow. Privacy is a privilege and must be earned. Wow. Security office status. Access restricted. Lift access restrictions. Operating security terminal is restricted to site safety engineers. Yeah. Access granted. Okay. This? Hanaka's Peacekeeper? It's an electric spear. Power grip and Mr. Ouch. Powerful enough for a guard, but made for a manager. Now that's interesting. Why am I not shown? There we go. Man, this is a pathetic spear. This is a two-handed weapon, really? Whoops, that's not what I, Okay. Yes, we are back. I'm sorry, the power flickered here, and I'm not sure what caused it. Alright, whoops. Okay, what have we here? Actually, now that I've turned off all of the security, it does, Sugar Crow. It's just too bad its stats are trash. Okay, what do we got? Holy cow. Boy, they really are loading us down with ammo and parts.
Great work.
What's this, I wonder? Okay, that's sealed. This must be an elevator, then. It is indeed an elevator. Alright, well, first, let's check out this area now that all the machines should be disabled. Oh, they're not disabled. We just, we made them non-hostile. Alright, well, that's fine. I'll take that, too. Ah, what have we here?
The effects of Compound X are inescapable. The refined excrement of the xenocyte life form. It's a fine powder, very fine. It finds its way into absolutely everything. Even in the water now, and the air. It settles like a veil over all of Gorgon. The laboratory techs get the worst of it. We all appreciated the boost to mood and productivity at first, but we're at each other's throats in an instant now. I've had to break up 2 fistfights this week alone. This aggression must be inherent to the formula, to Compound X. How do I stop it?
Okay, so I guess breathing in xenocyte doo-doo makes you super aggro. Stands to reason, doesn't it? Welcome, S. Dunlop. Critical update. Experimental notes. Accessing experimental notes. Not found. Memory retrieval failed. Corruption detected. 1 remaining logs available. Open last entry. Junior researcher. Experiment. Enrichment of Compound X. Attempt 89. Exposed Compound X sample to N-ray concentrate for 30 seconds. Salted research notes, notes incomplete and damaged. Exposed, compound X, sample to N-ray concentrate for 60 seconds. Sample failed, toxicity levels high, disposed. Exposed, compound X sample for attempt 90. Woke up, fell asleep at table. Sample failed, overexposure to lab atmosphere. Toxicity levels high, disposed. Researcher's addendum. Unplanned sabotage event destroyed any relevant research notes. Forced to rely on outdated notes. Expected time lost, 6 to 16 months. Attempt to replicate research unsuccessful. We'll try again after resting eyes for a minute. Oh, this is the guy who died of overwork, isn't it? Critical update. Because it's Spacer's Choice, Hunter. They put no effort whatsoever into safety. Automated message was triggered by Spacer's Choice Contingency Management Program. Congratulations, Contingency 77-1, abundance of raw material is now in effect. Due to a higher than projected volume of Compound X harvested in this laboratory, your production quotas have been raised by 200%. Please bear in mind that bi-weekly quota reviews are automatically generated and forwarded to Project Gorgon Administration and the OCI. Any dereliction in production will be reflected in your review. So they were harvesting tons of this crap. This, like, actual crap. Oh, and I guess this is where they were harvesting it from. And it looks like the contingency that happened was escaped primals. And it looks like the security robots were able to contain them for at least a little while. Oh, look at this! I love that somebody was playing space backgammon. Yeah, Sugar Crow, boy, don't I know it. I'm sure you do, too. Okay. Nothing in here. Nothing over here. Here, I wonder what this is all about. Oh, that's the elevator, huh? This is where we would come down from up above. Okay, so we started there. This must be the route that you're meant to use if you sneak through. Oh, Irv, I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah, Twitch is really falling off the wagon these days. In more ways than just the one. Alright, so now we've circled back to the cave. Ah, okay.
Here we go.
So I guess this has become my role in these battles now, is immobilize enemies with the gloop gun while Max and Parvati go to town. Well, there's what's left of some dudes. Really, Sugar Crow, what did you find? Wow! This guy got it pretty rough, my god! I believe so, Hunter. They seem to. Parvati certainly hasn't had any trouble getting them to work.
What was Mr. Locke doing with all these primals?
Well, they were his test subjects, as we've learned.
Hit, Captain.
Oh, that's a lot of primals. Ugh. I would really like to leave now, please. I sure love how the healing doesn't work. It will just not work. Oh, PCR. Okay, Sugar. Very good. It's worth applying. It's definitely worth applying. Right, where did... Okay. Now I forgot how far along I was looting all this stuff. I guess we're most of the way. Yeah, okay.
Understood. I'll take my head. Got a fight on our hands.
Yeah, it seems like the only safe way of dealing with these primals is to anti-gravity them. Then again, if there are this many of them here...
What was Mr. Locke doing with all these primals?
Might be that we just need to...
All right, go.
No, damn it. So much for... Oh, wow, that lag! Holy lag. Hey, aggro the sentries, idiot! Yeah! Get him!
Hearing security actions.
Sanitation and cleanup required.
Search concluded. No dissidents found.
Wait, is that primal dead? Yes, it is. Okay. It's just stuck on the sentry. Okay, well, good. It's good to know that the sentries will attack these guys. The Chronic Nation, that does sound like an incredibly brutal run. Melee only. I imagine you're probably using the prismatic hammer because it's the best melee weapon in the game.
Here they come.
What? Where? Oh.
Our skills are unrivaled.
Okay. Yeah, now I guess I know what happened to all those extra research staff. Sheesh. No items. Toxic primal brain. Oh, no prismatic hammer. Okay. What are you using instead? I guess I've checked everywhere in here. No, I haven't. But this appears to be nothing. Oh, wait a minute. Okay. Now I'm fairly confident I've checked everything. Man, the primals are bad enough. Imagine having to deal with this without turning off the auto-mechanical's hostility protocol. Security. Right, let's finish checking this room and then we'll have a look at security. Pretty sure I still hear primals. Oh, there's the exit. Alright, good to know where that is when we need it. Okay, so whatever is hostile on the map there must be either above or below me.
I wonder if this is where Lo was when his mind was pushed to its breaking point.
Head chemist, huh? Oof. That looks pretty ugly. Oh, nothing! Every bloody thing in here is empty. Combat drone trying to fly into the wall. That's great. This is where we came in. Alright. Let's check security then. Oh, this is just an elevator. Oh, I know what this is. This is the elevator that connects... I think we've already found the upper end of this elevator. Okay, Chronic Nation, I gotcha. So you're having to use pretty basic weapons. Inventory Bane, it is as you see. It actually reminds me a little bit of the inventory system in Dark Souls 2 and 3, where you've got your equipment up here, and then your unequipped stuff down here. And then you've got different tabs with all your armor and whatever other stuff. Consumables. Mods. The weight limit functions the same way as it does in the Fallout games, Bane. You have a per character weight limit. Alright. Okay, and then this, I guess, just overlooks the room we were just in, so we could... I guess, theoretically, we could drop down from here, and if we hadn't deactivated all the, robots, we could have sniped them. Jump from box to box, I guess. Alright, well, in that case, I think we've seen everything. And what's this? Jasper's storage key.
You survived. You're remarkably intent on settling my every plan to end you. How inconsiderate. Especially after I've gone to so much effort to see Gorgon rest in peace. Why do you insist on waking it up?
The Gorgon's been a ruin for years and years. You think they've been here the whole time?
You know, you would be much more relaxed if you released your attachment to the past.
Alright. Yeah, it's gotta be Goodfellow who's making all these threatening, menacing announcements. Okay, there's Jasper's terminal. Alright, well, we don't have his storage key, however...
Night falls on Gorgon. Though I suppose it's always dark here in the void. The lab is empty, and I am at last alone. I'm preoccupied with thoughts of the single-celled xenocytes that make their home here on this rock. These primordial creatures persist despite the hostility of their surroundings. No, they require adversity to thrive. Perhaps that's why our bodies react to theirs. There is a harmony in us. The law didn't craft us for the void, yet we scrabble across its cold worlds, building, persisting, as the xenocytes do. We live. Against all odds, we live. But for how long?
Yeah, Nobleman, the prismatic hammer is unequivocally the best weapon in the game. And that's after it got nerfed. Hello, Sample Vampire, welcome! Yeah, Cursed Nobleman, you used to be able to achieve upwards of 10,000 attack power on it, which would kill any enemy in the game in one hit.
Ready when you are.
Meanwhile, most of the other weapons in this game are balanced so that no matter how much you upgrade them, they're completely worthless. There are only actually a small handful of weapons that are, well, I don't know about viable, but there are only a small handful that are anywhere near optimal. Unless you enjoy fruitlessly hacking away at an enemy. Alright, so... I need my lock-picking equipment.
Nicely done.
Oops. Screw that key. Oh, hi, breakfast.
Always a brilliant idea to use primals as test subjects. Nothing ever goes wrong.
Okay. Get him! I'll tell you what, this goop gun... It sure is good for immobilizing those ultra-powerful enemies that can kill you in one hit. Really, Nobleman? You had the chairman bug out the game? I had that happen somewhere else earlier in the game, where it just lagged out and crashed. It must have been a memory leak or something. Aqua Regia? Oh. Putrefaction by swinging action. Actually, this, oddly enough, is a decent melee weapon. I might actually give that to somebody. Nothing. Wow, Nobleman. Yeah, that, I definitely didn't have that happen. Yeah, Chronic Nation, the Prismatic Hammer is absolutely easy mode. Okay, we're not getting in there. So I guess this is where they kept the primals. Oh, I see what happened. The primals dug a tunnel out of the cage. You know, Chronic, it never occurred to me to give an ally the gloop gun. That's an interesting idea. They would get infinite ammo with it, wouldn't they? But then I'd be responsible for actually dealing damage. Then again, since the gloop gun has a very curved trajectory, maybe the NPC's AI would be a little bit better using it than I am. Okay, yeah, that area is not even physically programmed. Alright, really? Was that all there was down here? I guess the entire purpose of this zone must have just been for that special weapon. Okay, then. Oh, alright. It looks like she's getting more damage out of the impact hammer. What about max? 716 versus 547. Yeesh. Right then, maybe not. Oh, whoops, no, I don't want to close that. Alright, so we clearly have to... Messages. Archived messages. From Olivia Ambrose, employee termination, Herbert Saint Germain. Effective immediately, Herbert Saint Germain is no longer an employee of Spacer's Choice PR&D division. His body has been forwarded to the chemical waste dump for processing. Mr. Saint Germain was a saboteur sent by a rival firm to disrupt our vital efforts. It's only thanks to the swift reporting of one of your esteemed colleagues that Mr. Saint Germain was prevented from causing any significant damage to our facilities, intellectual property, or staff. I understand that Mr. Saint Germain was popular around the Gorgon campus for his genial and helpful demeanor. That's because he was a spy. If you encounter any similarly friendly staff, alert a member of the security team immediately. We are shifting all of his remaining tasks to other lab technicians. Finally, anyone caught visiting his grave or discussing his departure will be remanded to Spacer's Choice Human Resource, Re-Education, and Reallocation Department. Lovely people, Spacer's Choice. Incoming messages. From Olivia Ambrose, monthly physicals, high priority. Materials we work with are dangerous and will result in permanent injury, disfigurement, or madness when handled for extended periods. Therefore, all lab personnel will now report to the project physician, Dr. Priantha LeBlanc, for monthly physicals and psychiatric evals. I do this out of an abundance of caution. Schedule your first appointment immediately and notify me when you do. I have access to your medical records, so I will know when you shirk. Do not make me drag you to his office myself. Yeah, basically, Mel. To Jasper Lowe, AT concerns. Jasper, I dug into the volunteer data Marion sent over. You were right, the current formulation is resulting in alarming outcomes even by SC standards. Priantha and I performed a handful of autopsies on this week's deceased and made a few notable observations. In one case, that of a young man in his early 20s, we noted a degree of gray matter loss one would expect to see in a man of 70. His brain had also atrophied to a shocking extent, again as one might expect in a much older man. In another case, that of a woman in middle age, the subject was no longer able to achieve natural sleep. After 11 consecutive days of wakefulness, she was no longer able to distinguish her violent hallucinations from reality. Yet even as she spiraled, she demanded additional injections. I was sure that our last tweak would reduce the incidence of violence among the volunteer population. We might attempt to further refine the compound through partitioning, though I'm doubtful that will be efficacious. Violence aside, I'm growing increasingly concerned by the habit-forming nature of the compound. What do you think? Updated security practices. Pursuant to last week's incident, new security practices are now in effect. All lab personnel must tidy their workstation at the end of shift, close and lock all drawers, safes, closets, vents, and lab doors before leaving for the day. All visitors must be accompanied. Furthermore, any laboratory tech accompanying a guest who has not received certification in either self-defense or hand-to-hand combat must also be accompanied by a member of the security team. All confidential information must remain as such. Do not discuss the nature of your work outside or inside the lab, except to warn peers of imminent danger such as fire, chemical spill, or suspected corporate espionage. All lab techs are to isolate themselves until further notice. Any lab tech found fraternizing in groups of 2 or more, or found speaking with the same person more than once, will be remanded to re-education, etc. Finally, unless you are actually physically sitting in an interview session pre-approved by me, do not speak to the fucking journalists. Okay. Outgoing messages. Re-AT concerns. Dr. Ambrose. These days I try to think as little as possible. Thinking is a dreadful habit which leads to self-awareness, which leads to resignation. It's true that the current formulation is resulting in alarming outcomes, but not, I think, by Spacer's Choice standards. SC standards are low. You report 11 consecutive days of wakefulness, and SC sees 11 consecutive days of productivity. You report an inability to distinguish violent hallucinations from reality. SC is going to try to push us to turn those hallucinations into phantom images of company logos. You say the compound is habit-forming, and SC is going to see an increase in demand for our never-ending supply of xenocyte waste. To be serious, yes, the compound is absolutely habit-forming. Addiction correlates with dosage, and dosage size is inversely proportional to enrichment quality. Long as corporate asks us to keep our dosage minimal and controlled, there's a reasonable chance we can improve the enrichment process to filter out some of the dangerous side effects. That's going to take time, a lot more time than corporate realizes. Journalists were sent to Gorgon to interview the research team, nobleman, and they ended up causing, apparently, some fairly serious problems. Synthesis and Manufactory Center status. Locked. Okay. Return to admin functions. Override lockdown.
Since we've been traveling together, we've visited a lot of places that set my teeth on edge. This here makes my skin crawl.
I dare say it seems like the inmates were running the asylum here.
That's a pretty accurate description. You remember the guy who was running it, right?
This would break anyone who had anything even resembling a conscience.
The folks down here dedicated their lives to fixing Halcyon. They were supposed to be the company's best and brightest. How'd they lose their way?
I think the answer to that question is they never had a moral compass to begin with. This is Spacer's Choice we're talking about, and Spacer's Choice has low moral standards even for the companies running Halcyon. They were pushed to do the impossible by people who weren't accountable, is what happened.
Sadly, that's just business as usual in Halcyon. Minnie thinks her family has a bad name now. It's nothing compared to how it will be if she compounds on her mother's failures.
Personally, I want to see what else this investigation digs up. Also, I'm quite surprised that our good friend Dr. Goodfellow has not sent further security at us.
Thank you.
Soaring Spirit, thank you so much for the resub. Welcome back. Thank you for dropping by. I imagine you're probably busy from the sounds of it, Soaring Spirit, so have a good one. Alright, now I think the exit was right over here, somewhere. Oh, this is where we came in. Okay, the exit was over this way, then. Yes, there it is. All right.
I'm looking forward to a breath of fresh air after the stench of this place.
You and me both. Huh. Well, all right, that's all probably fine. Magnum, improved tech kit, Okay, I guess the rest of this is probably not really worth selling. This, though... Actually, we should check to see if they have any... any decent mods. Opening, sure grip, Mr. Zap. No, they do not.
Show your boss that you are prime, because you take Katrina time.
All right. Now, where exactly did this put us on the map? Oh, okay. Canyon. Lower exterior. Okay, so... Wait a minute, so... Find the clue at the Gorgon mines. Find the clue at HIA's maintenance entrance, the waste processing ravine, synthesis manufactory. Okay, so this one of the shelves in the storage room attached to the main lab at the chem lab. Well, that should be where we just were. Like, that should be in here. I don't know how I managed to miss it, but... It would have been probably the underground storage room in here. And they said it was on a shelf. Shelf. Here's a shelf, but unless they don't mean this storage room, but I don't think we came across any other storage rooms. Could it be buried in here somewhere? I'm not seeing anything that looks like described. Storage room attached to the main Oh, I wonder if it's a room I haven't been to yet. Because it doesn't look like there's anything in here. Alright, I guess I'm going to have to check the upper floor. Because it does not look like whatever it is down here. Alright, let's see.
I find myself marveling at the complex...
I guess these guys don't have anything new to say. Alright. So if we head out here and immediately take a left, doesn't look like a storage room though. Huh? Oh, and that doesn't look like anything we can actually walk on. Oh, maybe it is. Huh. This doesn't look like storage, though. Okay, it's one of those other two rooms. I'm pretty sure there's at least one I haven't been in. It might be this one.
Not very sanitary anymore, if it ever was.
This is definitely not a place I've been yet. Okay, it's probably in here somewhere. Said it was on a shelf.
You're a deft hand with a mag pick.
Maybe not. I guess this was supposed to be the cafeteria. Bloody hell. Okay, so maybe it's... Maybe it's down here. Ah! This looks like storage. But once again, I don't see anything resembling a phonograph. Thing on that shelf. Oh, okay. I guess I haven't been in here yet either, then. Maybe it's somewhere in here. Oh, huh! And there's Jasper's storage key just in a locker. We did get a hint about that from the terminal at the front desk, in fact. So I guess that was supposed to be where we found it. But hey, when you can achieve 150 lockpick skill, who needs it, right? Oh, this is just the bathroom. Oh. He died with a drink in his hand, I guess. We have here. Showers. I don't know, guys. Anybody have any ideas here? It should be in this facility, but I'm not seeing it. Or if it's over here. The only one I haven't checked yet. Well, this guy has stuff on him that I haven't looted, so maybe it is. Oh no, this is the entrance where we came in. About over here. Have we been over here? This is closed. Main lab. Ah.
Nice.
So it looks like there is some stuff in here that I missed. CHEML. Oh. Okay. The acronym is CHEM. Personal files. Subject, unplanned sabotage event. From B. Gauthier. A moment of silence for my recent batch of enriched Compound X, the elegant complexity of your molecular structure manifested in the hallucination of my own sleep-deprived mind. 30% lower rate of addiction, 75% compatible with human metabolism, with a side effect coefficient of just 0.65. You are our most promising compound yet. Human Inquiry would have been delighted to pour you into a syringe and stick you inside a test subject. You were destroyed in an unplanned sabotage event, which is to say that Mr. Mosley's fancy tables couldn't predict this would happen. You're almost perfect. Our lab will never see the likes of you again. Compound X is notoriously difficult to enrich. Its molecular structure is fussy. In small doses, the compound provides a massive boost to energy and productivity. The clever buggers at OCI do not seem to understand this principle and have asked us to increase our dosage with every batch. High-dosage Compound X is even harder to enrich, and a poorly enriched, poverty-stricken chemical has none of the protective layers that inhibit dangerous side effects. Hello, amateur, welcome! So what we have is a cocktail of very bad side effects chased down with one massive rush of euphoric energy. Pleasant, but incredibly dangerous. I can only hope that HIA's reports agree with my assessment. Work fortifies the spirit. From T. Meadows. Today we received our updated timetable from management courtesy of Mr. Goodfellow. 6-week deadlines are now 3-week deadlines. Some of my colleagues have been sacrificing sleep in order to meet these deadlines. Others have been medicating themselves with very small doses of enriched Compound X in order to combat the fatigue. Work fortifies the spirit, so we will carry on. I count myself fortunate to have been spared in the decimation. My former colleagues have nowhere to go. Their departure corresponded with a few critical doses of enriched Compound X disappearing from our storage. Correlation does not imply causation, so I will not imply theft. I am concerned by the side effects of Compound X. Even in its refined state, repeated use damages the synaptic patterns of the brain. Paranoia, violence, psychosis, and intense anxiety will haunt a repeated user for the rest of their short lives. Our enrichment process does not combat the side effects of Compound X. We were close to a breakthrough, but the damage to our research terminals is irreversible. My hope is that Human Inquiry will see the effects of this compound in their own tests and report these tests to Creative Incubation. If Incubation is as chilled by these results as I am, they may provide us with more time and more resources, which turned out to be hopelessly wishful thinking. To Jasper Lowe, subject, can we please? Dr. Lowe, I think I speak for all my colleagues in the lab when I say I'm worried about the OCI's treatment of our facilities. I can understand dismissing 10% of our staff as a punitive measure. I can understand cutting our deadlines in half in order to motivate us. But, and forgive me, Dr. Lowe, but I can't understand demanding that we send Human Inquiry our untested compounds. This guy was being super lenient. Many of these compounds aren't tested because we know they're failures. Increasing production means proportionately decreasing quality of enrichment, which means lower compatibility with human metabolism, which means higher rates and intensity of dangerous and potentially lethal side effects. Compound X is a highly complicated formula harvested from the waste of xenocytes. It's complicated because unlike over 50% of Spacer's Choice's nutritional catalog, the compound was not designed for human consumption. The good people at OCI understand the complexity of the compound we're dealing with. There's a chance they'll give us the time and resources we need. We just need to get them to understand. This is a problem of miscommunication, Jasper. Just let me go up there and give them a presentation. I'll use markers and everything. What do you think? Can we do this? Dr. Lowe's response to Dr. Pahlavi. The OCI are comprised by a gaggle of carrion feeders. You go up there with your markers and your charts and your diagrams, and they'll chew the flesh off your bones and then charge me for the meal. It is absolutely critical that I finish my research in peace and as soon as possible without interference from the OCI. So in answer to your question, no, we fucking can't. Best, Jasper Lowe. I'm so glad everybody here got along. Terminal access main lab. Damage to data storage. Welcome Ji Zhang. Research data. Open last entry. Whom it may concern, this morning I and my colleagues gathered in the reception hall. Every 10th staff member at this laboratory was released from service. I am one of them. My indenturement contract to Spacer's Choice, which stipulates a lifetime of productive service as a researcher in the field of organic chemistry, has been terminated. I've served Spacer's Choice for most of my life. Working at the Gorgon facility is the highlight of my career. If I leave Gorgon, I'll have nowhere else to go, because my contract guarantees my work for the duration of my life. To end that contract is tantamount to ending my life. If you have the power to reconsider your decision, I ask you to kindly reconsider. Willing to work without pay if necessary. This job is all I have. Please allow me to fortify my spirit by continuing to work. Boy, this is someone in whom the corporate brainwashing took very firm hold. Messages. To Dr. Lowe. Subject research notes. Dr. Lowe, I'm afraid I don't know where your research notes are. I searched materials processing and discreetly asked the receptionist, but nothing turned up. If I had to guess, you left them in the basement laboratory. I'd venture down there myself, but you know how I feel about primals. I apologize for the weakness of my constitution. Sir, if your research notes do turn up in the basement, may I ask you to think favorably on me when OCI asks you for a budget review? Word around the lab is that Goodfellow and the other leaders at the OCI want to make some deep cuts in our staff. If there's any truth to this rumor, I hope you remember that I've always supported your desire to find a better, safer version of AT. Run diagnostics. Diagnostics could not complete. None of the samples were found. Okay. Aha!
Roscoe, it's Georgie. If you're hearing this, you must still be holed up at the Sprat Shack. And you're not gonna like this one bit. I was trying to steal our recordings when things went crazy. I know. Like I said, sorry. And I'm gonna be in a heap of trouble if I don't get them, so if you want to save my bacon, you need to do it for me. I need the 3 interviews we did with Ambrose, this one here, plus another recording of my own. I left that last one with a guy who owed me a favor at the garbage processing office in the chemical waste ravine. I'll leave an automech near Stellar Freighting. It'll want all 5 recordings, plus a passphrase. Glacial Age. Oh, and don't listen to my log, alright? Just stay safe and keep your head down.
Okay, so there's the one we were looking for in the chem lab. Ooh, okay. Looks like it's time to break out the old lockpicking suit.
Done.
Sheesh.
Quiet, Cap.
Reach HIA. So we need to go to HIA Observation Room B. Birdie's apartment outside the OCI. BPO in the ravine. We've got the one in Chem Lab and we've got the one in the OCI projector room. Okay. Means we need to go over here next. Alright, it looks like I've gotten everything from here. So I think now we can leave, and once I'm outside, we'll be able to fast travel. Welcome back, Monotone.
Show your boss that you are prime, because you take control.
How was your dinner, Monotone? What did you have? Anything good? Right, actually, it occurs to me, probably better save. Oh, I'm glad these are getting stuck in someone's head besides just mine, cursed nobleman. Alright. Oh, I can't fast travel near hostiles. Who's hostile? Someone over here. Right, who's about to get acid-faced? Nobody, because they're too far away. Damn it.
Here we go!
The healing never works fast enough. Oh, Gumbo! Very good, Monotone. Oh, wait, no. Ramen mostly from scratch. Okay. Yeah, that's... Monotone, did you use one of the seasoning packets, or... did you make your broth from scratch?
Gone quiet.
Ah! Oh, that's right. They can just do that. Okay, that doesn't work, I guess. Good night, Sugar Crow. Have a good one. We'll catch you next time. Oh, you did a blend of miso powder and spices. Okay, Monotone, I gotcha. You know what, Monotone? This doesn't look half bad. You definitely put in the effort to be reasonably authentic with this. I see you even got some leeks, which appear to have been roasted or pan-fried, maybe. You've got your cutlet of, what, roast pork or chicken? You've got the boiled egg, mushrooms, scallions. Yeah, good job on this, Monotone, genuinely. Genuinely very good. Right, let's try a different tack. Maybe one where we can actually... get rid of a couple of these guys.
Won't be over quickly.
Oh, no, you don't. Not this time. Holy. Whatever this damage over time crap is, I think it might be acid or something. It is not helping. Roast pork. Okay, very good. Yeah, Monotone, you're really improving. I'm genuinely very impressed. That's a very, very good, nearly restaurant grade looking bowl of ramen. I'd really like to be able to get a vantage point where I can reach these guys.
Not a beat for me.
That big bastard down there is the problem.
Here we go!
Nice hit!
Geez, how are you supposed to outpace that? That just does too much damage to out-heal. Or else healing just doesn't, healing just doesn't work when you're under the effects of that DOT. Really, all I want to do is fast travel. Can I fast travel now? Oh, it looks like I can. Good. Great. Monotone, I don't know if that really means anything on its own. Okay. Oh, these are just canids. Hem Canid Kings OCI Aces.
That's the last of them.
Come on, you shits, get it together. Wow. Hello, Adalakis, welcome! Teammates letter. Barton, thanks for subbing in for Lenadur. Priantha scored one hell of a body goal on us last week and in the process tore our goalie a new Wednesday zone. Lenadur's fault. Hullhead thinks he's Bertie Holcomb himself. Seeing as you just finished the night shift, Frida's letting us swing by her place to get some Adrena time from her stash so you don't nod off mid-period. To give you a little edge on Doc Priantha, if you catch my meaning, trust me, you'll be glad for it. Back in 20, Tillman. Oh, so this bunch of idiots were doping for amateur sports. What a waste. No wonder they all died. He had it coming, shut up. Yeah, Cursed Nobleman, I seem to remember when I was very young, maybe one or more of the classes I was in did similar things, but I think we still got report cards that went home to our parents that had the letter grades. I think it was just what they showed us didn't have letter grades because they figured we wouldn't understand or something. Which we probably wouldn't have. You know, for an asteroid facility that went up in smoke as quickly as this one did, these people sure left a lot of spare ammunition lying around. Oh, I see. They were playing toss ball. Oh, they were playing toss ball, and these were supposed to be the goals. Yep, okay. What's all this, then? It's just a looping dead-end path? I guess so. Well, Cursed Nobleman, that's a good time to run from a job. Now look at this. Ammo, weapons, and Adrena time everywhere. Which I guess just goes to show you, people will trust anything as long as it has a label on it. Ah, what have we here? Diane shoots final report to the co-worker who finds this. Given you're reading this, I'm likely dead. I'm very sorry about that. I'm also sorry Spacer's Choice had to send someone else to finish my assignment. As of the moment I'm writing this, Charles Novak still possesses the express mail delivery prototype. I believe he's gone entirely mad as he's abandoned his apartment and taken up with a group of marauders not far from here. Charles no longer recognizes me. He can't even recognize the Spacer's Choice jingle. When I sang it for him to try to coax him into a calmer state, he shot me in the arm. If you're here to retrieve the prototype, here's what you should know. The prototype remains intact. The prototype has been modified to simultaneously fire multiple projectiles. The original package housing chamber appears to have been replaced with an explosive payload. Please know that I did not sanction these modifications, nor do I approve of setting fire to company correspondence. Charles' depravity knows no bounds. The original prototype was only intended to deliver packages more quickly, nothing more, and I'd sooner die than see it used for violence. To that end, I'm going to try to recover the prototype from Charles. Should I fail, please remember me fondly despite my incompetence. Wow. Well, whatever else may be said of her, you can't question her single-minded determination. But actually, if that's the weapon that I thought we were talking about, I have it already. It's the one that was being carried by Charles from accounting. Hello, Nightshade. Welcome. Monotone, it was dried water. It was dried water tablets was the product. Alright, well, I guess that's all we can find here. These aren't even real doors. What about over here? That's some real treasure. Oh, I don't even want to mess around with that. That looks like the kind of place I could get stuck. And I think our goal is in here. Wipe your feet. What else is there? Sentry saber. Lots of ammo and bits. I appreciate those things. Excelsior, Ace Exterminator, and the Plague of Manta Men. Huh. Why would you throw out a perfectly good mag pick? Alright, so there's the one.
Dr. Ambrose, tell me about Adrenatime. What does it do?
Hasn't Clarence already dumped a pile of promotional materials on your head?
Where's the fun in that? My listeners want to hear it in your own words.
It's an injectable drug that improves a patient's speed, awareness, mental acuity, and endurance. In moderation, Adrenatime will uplift the laboring classes by strengthening their minds and work ethic.
That's quite the mission. What's driving this vision of uplift?
I am a solutions-oriented woman. I see a problem and I am moved to solve it. Poverty is one such problem. Through science, I believe we can improve the poor, and in so doing, improve Halcyon.
So that's a load of crap. On the pretense of improving the poor, she proposed injecting them with drugs to make them work harder. It's pretty good, Nightshade. I mean, if you like the base game, this is just more of that. Creative incubation. Okay, yes, we've been here already. Alright, so we still need... HIA Observation Room B, GPO in the ravine. Ah. Divinity Original Sin, Cursed Nobleman? No, I looked into it a while ago, and I had no interest in it. So let's get rid of all this trash. And this trash.
Show your boss that you are prime. Because you
Now, that clearly would be our destination. How to get there, on the other hand. Warning: toxic runoff. Do not approach unless ordered to do so by your superior. Okay. This way. They certainly didn't show any hesitation to pollute this asteroid. Ugh! Alright, well, I know how this plays out, so we are gonna save.
Well done. We're still alive.
Ugh. Oh, okay, and they were guarding an elevator? I guess they were. Wonder where that goes. Well, where we need to go is apparently up there. trash dump, huh? Here. Now, why would they put a light source over here? Ah, I wonder if perhaps it's because of this.
Great work.
As I thought, something to draw our attention. All right, then. What we want is clearly in this building. Garbage processing log. Day 1. First day on the new job. I can't believe this. What a joy to be here. What a sudden and complete surprise to be promoted to head garbage processing officer. Would be nice if there were another officer here to teach me the job, but I guess he fell into the feed chute last week. I have to make a note not to do this. Day 2. Started by reading all available notation regarding the trash compactor. If Spacer's Choice believes that I, a humble chemist, am suited to such lofty work, then I will do my best to succeed at it. Unfortunately, the operating manual for the compactor is covered in bloodstains, which does make it difficult to understand. Day 3. Compactor was making weird noises today. I thought it was a problem with the compression chamber, so I spent most of the afternoon troubleshooting with the manual. Turns out a sprat had gotten into the hopper. Day 5. The emergency stop does not work. Day 8. My arms are killing me and my back, and let's see, yup, my shoulders, most of me aches. I thought this was supposed to get easier. Guess I'm not used to physical labor yet. I'm seriously considering microdosing with Adrenatime. Maybe once they've gotten a few more of the kinks sorted out, assuming the idiots over at the chem lab have stopped bickering long enough to do their jobs. Day 19. What am I even doing here? I'm a chemist, for law's sake. I don't know how any of this works. I'm surprised I have both arms left. Not that anyone else ever comes by the shack to notice. Day 33. I don't know why I'm bothering with the log. No one's going to read it. No one has any intention of reading it. It's pen and paper. They could at least pretend to give a flying fish sticks and give me a data log. This is sprat shit. Day 52. Today I compacted a marauder's corpse into a tiny cube of meat just to see what it would look like. I should have felt disgusted, but when I looked at the end result, I didn't feel a thing. Day 76. Is there something I'm meant to do to maintain the machine? Maybe oil it or something? Day 100, what a milestone! Day 101, made a game out of lobbing sprats into the compactor's hopper. Gave myself extra points for the live ones. What have I become? Day 140, I wonder what it would look like to run a mantis swarm through the feed chute. Would it look like all crushed down into a tiny cube? Got a message from the mine to come out and clean up some kind of cargo rail accident. Had to trek all the way out there just to tell them I don't deal with fluids. Morons. Day 211. Here's me at my lowest. I've been picking out the most hazardous trash I can find, and I'm saving it up to do something nasty to Clarence's place. Need to figure out which room is his. Day 231. What if I just dove in there? Law, that would hurt. Imagine how slowly and painfully it would crush my body down into juice and meat and shards of bone. Day 269. The mine crew is still after me to clean up their little accident. Like I'm not up to my ears in garbage out here. Bodily fluids are outside my wheelhouse. Any bodily fluids from compressing organic material are just incidental. Day 275. I'm done with this log. I'm done with everything. Maybe I'll let the garbage pile up forever. Maybe it'll pile up so high it'll spill out across the canyon and drown everything and everyone. I can only hope. Well, this, my friends, is just one tragic example of the slow and steady onset of insanity through solitude. Oh no, Sushi Bandit. That's awful. Alright, well, let's take his stuff. Oh, he had a piano. on. There it is.
Tell me about the production of adrenotime, Dr. Ambrose. I hear Compound X is a unique challenge to work with. It's temperamental. It must be refined under tightly controlled circumstances at tremendously low temperatures. Do you compound it with anything else? Tell me more about your refining process. Our audience is conversant in the sciences, very detail-oriented, so don't be afraid to get technical. Last time I met you, you spoke like a groundbreaker builder sprat. Why the sudden airs? And such specific questions? Does your minder know what you're up to? Does he suspect you're a spy? Pardon me.
Well, that doesn't seem to have gone quite the way she was hoping. Alright, hang on. So that elevator... Where does that go, then? Because this is the... This is the waste disposal site. Alright, yeah, this is a fairly large elevator, and I don't recall having been up there before. Although the elevator looks familiar, maybe this is where we came out of HIA. I guess if it is, we could always fast travel elsewhere.
Good thing none of us have a fear of heights, right? None of us?
Don't look, don't look, don't look.
Have we been here? Now that I look at it. Elapsed tug transport. Okay. Have definitely not been here before then. Huh. In that case, what have we here? Oh, wait a minute, I think I recognize this place. There were a bunch of primals here last time. Yeah, okay, I know where we are. Okay, that's HIA. And I think that's where we're supposed to go next anyway, but before we do... Let me just drop by the Unreliable and put some stuff away. All right. Let's repair everything. Now then. How the hell? Aqua Regia is weaker than a Plasma Cutter Titanium? Why? Why do all the special weapons in this game suck? Alright, fine. I guess I'll just go put them in storage to never be used. one of the things, the very few things, this is really a genuinely good game, other than the fact that so many of the weapons that are supposed to be unique and special, you know, it's the special weapons you're supposed to end up using, they're just worthless. Oh, great, Ultima. Thanks. Well, I'm glad. I'm glad you have lots of points. I wish I knew what to tell you. I wish I had some idea of what you could do with them, but... Right, there's the old special delivery that I've been meaning to try out. Wonder if the shrink ray, though, would be any good against, what do you call it? Against... primals. Nobleman, it's not so much that the loot's bad, it's just that... the weapons are poorly balanced. You pick up all the special weapons, and they're supposed to be all cool and unique and interesting, and they're weaker than modifiable regular weapons. Just a disappointment, you know? Alright, can we... upgrade special delivery anymore? Wow, that's pathetic. Uh... Right, I love how we can't change the stun baton at all. It's interesting as well how the blade changes depending upon the element you give it. Like, this is the critical hit one. This is the electric one. This is the N-ray one, I guess. And that's the acid one. Alright, I guess there's not an awful lot else I can do here. $22 versus $672. Huh. It's so depressing as well that this weapon has double the damage when I equip it that it does when someone else is using it. I wonder if Max would do any better with the grenade launcher than the tactical shotgun. I guess we'll give that a try. And I guess... I can put the heavy machine gun... Well, or I could give it to Max. Because... .622 DPS, and this brings him up to 1148 DPS. So I guess if it comes to it, we could hang on to that. Yeah, okay. So let me save. Because the autosave feature in this game doesn't activate nearly enough. And if I remember correctly, I think there were a couple of those... What do you call it? Clues that we were supposed to find. Dialogue between dead men. Okay, find the clue at the Gorgon mines. I guess we could... Manufacturing Observatory. Okay, well this last one is in HIA. What about here? Okay, it looks like that's behind HIA. Oh, and it looks like there's one way the heck up there. There's one down here. Seems as though one might be indoors somewhere as well. Alright. We should probably try to gather these up. Okay. One of them is over there. Relatively close, it looks like.
Oh, smells something awful. Poor fella had his outpost set up right near the trash.
Right? Guess this is it. The Exhilarating Adventures of Archibald Excelsior, Issue 4. And The Colossus Beneath Tartarus, Issue 404. Comic from the cult classic Ace Exterminator series, tragically canceled after its brief 4-issue run.
Thank you.
Scribbled in felt tip across the comic's spine is the word Enter. Hello, Kitty. Welcome back. Thank you so much for the resub. How are you doing? It hasn't been much of a month of content, Low Kitty. This is my first stream of October, I think. After narrowly escaping the clutches of the nefarious agent Buff Hardman, wounded hero Archibald Excelsior has a heart in turmoil, a broken pet, and no time to rest because an ancient colossus slumbering beneath the crust of the prison planet Tartarus arises and hungers for the flesh of thousands. As the Colossus lays waste to the maximum security penitentiary, Excelsior's nemesis Hardman returns to haunt him. Now Excelsior must face down two devilish foes at once as lava encroaches on all sides. Excelsior's odds look grim until a chance lightning strike ignites the pet and gives the Ace Exterminator a fighting chance. Will our mustachioed hero slay the giant and finally mend his broken heart? Guess we'll never know. Alright, so that's one. Guess the next one is right near there. The question is that on the upper or lower level? I think that might be on the upper level. Is it on the lower? It's really hard to tell. We'll try the OCI lower exterior. And we want to head west. Oh no, of course. It's up above us. Means we need to find an elevator, and I think there's one that goes up somewhere near here. Think? Elevator through here? Aha, yes, I believe there was. Oh, okay, well, not an elevator, but I guess just a footpath. That over there must be an observatory. I just need to find a way up. Oh, this isn't one of those situations where I'm gonna have to climb on a pipe, is it? I hope not. This looks super sketchy. This can't be. Barred. Alright. How would we get up there? Does this path actually go anywhere? It does, but clearly not where I need it to. This doesn't go. Maybe around this way. Path here? No. All right. In that case, what about up here? Ah! Okay. Yeah, that answers that. This is clearly the right way. All the more so because somebody very definitely didn't want us getting through here.
I ain't think we're welcome here, Captain.
It's almost like they're trying to send a message, don't you think?
Yeah, almost. I'm glad you two noticed. What do we got? We got weapons. Ah, what have we here?
We call them marauders, like they have some kind of group identity. They don't. The name was coined in Edgewater, I think. One of the towns first hit by the Adrenatime crisis. A lonely Spacer's Choice outpost on the edge of a barren sea. A prime place for the company to test a disastrous new product. When the town started fraying at the edges, hardly anyone else in the colony noticed. Just like Lucian planned. I read the reports. Every missing person. Every unexpected death. A town already teetering on the edge, and Adrenatime shoved it off a cliff.
Wow. So that was all intentional. Also, I am beginning to think that maybe this mysterious figure we are dealing with is, in fact, Olivia Ambrose herself. Because the context clues in this environment seem to suggest it. There's this bowler hat, which is clearly being worn by the mysterious figure who keeps contacting us. And there are recordings here from Olivia Ambrose, as well as a whole stock of canned Borst. I wonder if this might not be where our mysterious figure has been living this whole time.
When does man become a marauder? People talk about them as if they've transformed, like they've mutated. I see it in the Aetherwave broadcasts, read it in the papers. But beneath their masks, they're only people. Dangerous people with a terrible illness, but people still. When we call a man a marauder, Have we given up on him? How do we know when he's become one? How can you decide to give up on someone? Have I given up on Harvey? Who does this suffering serve, I wonder? Spacer's choice?
Hey, Lord Luis, good to see you. It's been a while. How are you doing? Are you well? I hope you're doing okay. Also, those sure are some claw marks across the floor. It looks like primals have been here.
Is this one of those research outposts we're looking for? Wow, get a load of this view.
Maurice's research site. Job hunting. Well, Lord Louise, I'm sorry to hear that, but I know a lot of people have lost their jobs under the circumstances. I hope you're able to find something soon. Good luck, man. I am doing all right, thanks. I've been working from home the whole time, so I've managed. Stupid sprats. Oh, huh. Like he was doing some anti-gravity research. Criminal clue. Right, well... pick up the exhilarating adventures, issue 1. Plague of the Manta Men. Comic from the cult classic... Tragically scribbled across the comic spine is the word speak. Oh, I know what this password is. It's going to be speak, friend, and enter. Just like in the Rings of the Lord. In the inaugural issue, newly minted hero Archibald Excelsior is dispatched to the cloud cities of Olympus to put down a plague of ravenous manta men. Intent on taking the cities for their own, Manta Mastermind pits his second-in-command, renowned Spindle Knight Cisac Sassafras against Excelsior in hand-to-claw combat. Just when Excelsior appears to have bested his insectile foe with the help of his handy pet, his eye is caught by Isabella Fame Fatale, Manta Mastermind's dancing queen, while our mustachioed hero survivors brush with the Spindle Knight and with love. Okay. Eustace Kim's datapad. Maurice, I've made my peace with the chemical waste pit. It is where I belong, I think, with the refuse and the dregs. The surface is distant to me, as distant as the cold stars, as distant as you are and the rest of them. How do you fare, Maurice, up on your vaunted perch? When the shadow of the manufactory crown falls on you in your fine telescope, do you think of me down here in the dark? Do any of you? My isolation has borne fruit. Propane, butane, ethane. These wild gases visit me in my dreams. They shift and morph, compress and expand. Gas now, then liquid, then gas again. They've whispered to me the trick of their metamorphosis, and I have bottled it as they taught me. Come down from the shadow of the manufactory, Maurice, down to the ravine, and they will teach you their trick too. Let us at last complete the package that I might finally ascend. All glory to the pet, Eustace. I think these nerds were crazy. Now, just hop over. No, we can't. We're not allowed. Okay. There are, I believe, 3 more. There's one due north up there. We'd have to go to the OCI lower exterior. And I believe it's due north from here. Yeah, ish. Okay, so yes, this way. Well, all right. They certainly didn't like that very much. Boy, and it sure takes them long enough to stop searching for me. What the? Wow, okay. Well, that's cool. I guess I can just see through the rock. Okay, that actually wasn't as bad as I thought. These things at least go down somewhat quickly. Unlike the stupid primals. Okay. So this, it looks like, abandoned mines. This has just been smashed open. Level 31 Sprat. Gracious omnivores that are known to occasionally attack humans if there are enough sprats to swarm. Does not like being poked.
Do y'all feel like the walls are almost leaning in?
Did the temperature just drop, or is it my imagination?
Oh, so that means we're going to have to deal with, frost mantises, or whatever they are. Okay. Oh yeah, no wonder the temperature dropped. Yep. Frost SARS.
Okay, gone quiet.
Come on, I would really like to be able to... Thank you. Man, talk about a missed opportunity. I'm super disappointed we can't ride the mine carts.
Can handle this. Don't mess with us.
Tender Rabbits, it's interesting you mention the color scheme because there's a very deliberate set of design choices behind it. I'm going to link you the video that I recorded at the presentation for this game where Tim Kaine explains it better than I really can. Here we go. I don't remember exactly where in the video he mentions it, Tend the Rabbits, but I recorded this at the unveiling, at the panel for this game at PAX East a couple of years ago. And Tim Kaine and Leonard Boyarsky and a bunch of the other lead devs for this game were there. And one of the things that Tim Kaine said was, it's along those lines, Tend the Rabbits, yeah. It was basically that Tim Kaine himself is full-spectrum colorblind. And so he, from the very beginning of this game's development, was very careful to make sure that the color palettes that they used were clearly discernible and visible to him. And he would give the design team feedback on what colors to change and what to do to ensure that the game was completely accessible to colorblind players without even needing a separate colorblind setting. Like, the colorblindness accessibility is built into it. Hello, Squid King. It's really good. I'm quite enjoying it.
I hear something big scuttling over yonder.
Oh, wow. Yeah, so do I. Mega Ice Queen. That looks like a whole party over there waiting to happen. So that would be why these guys weren't able to take refuge in the mines. Amateur, I can't speak to it from any personal experience because I'm not colorblind, but from what I've been told by people who are, there are certain colors and shades that are indistinguishable from each other to those with colorblindness.
We are victorious.
Well, Squid King, everyone's going to have a slightly different experience. Yeah, Yami, that's a good example. I've been told that red and green can end up looking the same to someone who's colorblind to either color. Virgil's research site. Okay, well, we found this.
This has got to be one of those research sites we're looking for. It's sort of lonesome, isn't it?
Boy, these guys all set up their research sites in the most dangerous possible places, didn't they? Oh, and it looks like he got some nice ingots of whatever they were mining here. Issue 2. Comic from the cult classic Ace Exterminator series. Well, there's the word friend on it. So either it's going to be the same password from Lord of the Rings, or this is just a huge work and a really elaborate troll by the devs. After his run-in with the Dancing Queen, proven hero Archibald Excelsior is mending his broken heart in the glitzy city of Fairview when a horde of vicious crystal canids escapes from the laboratory of an evil, unemployed scientist. The canids turn the city to ash with their plasma beam eyes. Excelsior descends into the depths of the lab to put down the leader of the pack, King Alpha. The king connives to sabotage Excelsior's trusty pet, and our hero is forced to fight with the only weapon in reach, the skull of King Alpha's own mother, Empress Crystalline Alpha. Our mustachioed hero escape the king's jaws and heal his wounded heart. Maurice Walton's datapad. Virgil. Making progress on the grav plating for the package, though not nearly as fast as you'd like. Given the spin rate of Gorgon, the anomaly I've been observing is only present in the sky 3 hours out of every 24. Doesn't help that I have to readjust my telescope every couple of minutes to keep tabs on the slippery bastard. Come by my workstation outside the manufactory dome when you've got a minute. The data this thing is throwing off is strange as all get out. Be ashamed to compromise the package with a misplaced 0, right? By the way, I checked on Eustace. The fumes aren't doing him any favors. We ought to get him out of there as soon as we can. How's your sister coming with the schedule? By the marvelous mustache of Excelsior, Maurice. P.S. You gotta tell Bertie to stop bringing me food. If I have to eat another damn can of saltuna fillets, I'm gonna hurl. Yeah, that sounds about right. Sheesh. Nightlight. Rare. Perception and tech skills +5. Watch where you shine that lamp. Okay. All right. I meant to climb up here? Doesn't look like it. Yeah, there's nothing on the roof. Okay, well, I guess we might as well take a shot at that gigantic Mantisaur Queen. Might as well save first as well, actually. That's a good question, Yummy. I suppose we could put it on and try to find out. No, it does not actually shine light. Because why would it? That would be silly. Okay, save. Somehow, Yami, I don't believe your claim that she's a jobber. I do wonder, however... Oh, it does seem to immobilize them. It does indeed immobilize her. Holy hell. Ha! Wow. It totally does. Wow, alright. But I guess I can't just sit there and get hit. Got it. God, I love all the enemies just kind of floating off the ground. Yeesh. Right, some cover wouldn't go amiss. I guess I can just lame it out. Oh, no. I thought I reloaded. Oh, hang on. I'll get to that in a second. There we go. Jeez. Bootyman Jones. Oh, hello, Eboera. Welcome. Thank you so much for the $5 donation. Bootyman Jones says, time for Halloween. Damn, I love me some goth booty. Cold damage received 25%. No thanks. Ooh, mag to melt. That's exactly what I need. That's about 4,000 bits worth of modifications right there. Now the question is, does she respawn? Mining accident, huh? All right, wait a minute. Mining accident. What was the accident? Something caved in? Hello, Eboera. Welcome. The Marauders definitely got wrecked over here. Oh, I guess the accident must have been this stuff up above collapsing. All right, then. Yeah, Yummy, I think I found it. Stupid sprat. What have we here? Automated ATP injectors. Well, that's not what I need, but... What have we here?
I figured the mines were gonna be trouble. Didn't think they'd be crawling with mants. Must have gotten out of HIA a while ago, because they've been busy here. Something about the tunnels here gets under your skin and into the worst parts of your head. Makes you feel not yourself. In case I don't make it out of here. Marauders must have followed me from OCI. Time to make tracks while the mants are busy. I'm shedding some extra waste. Yours if you find it, whoever you are. You need it more than I do now.
I'm guessing he meant the gun that I found near here. Well, we all know how that went for him. Okay, wow, this is... Come on. Plasma cutter titanium. How about that? Oh, I guess we're not getting through there because that is clearly collapsed. Oh no, Avarice, I'm sorry to hear that. That's awful. A good early strength weapon? Vort's Hammer. You get it practically first thing, and it's one of the only weapons in the game, it might be the only one, with no dexterity requirement at all. And it's a good weapon, and it has good strength scaling, and its frost effect is actually significant. Damn it. Wait, really? Is that it? Huh. Now, why would they be trying to draw my attention over here? Ah, this is why.
Benji, you remember that time? That time we... Yeah, fishing. Down on Stellar Bay. You read my mind, Benj. Black sun on the water. Waves glinting like teeth. Swallow us whole. That sky. The rock. It's whispering, Benj. Yeah, you hear it too? Wants me to crawl. Crawl down deep. Let the beast consume. Benji. Can't hear you. You breathing? Ben? Ben?
Well, that guy's dead. Oh. Look at this idiot, just lying there sleeping. What a dum-dum. Wow. Just schnoozing away. Hello, Happy Carl, welcome. Alright, this is the lab. Research site, abandoned mining accident. Okay, yeah, I guess that's all there is for us to do there. Which means... Oh, we might be able to get behind HIA, because there seems to be a little passageway there. Let's give it a try, because... Oh, hello! Speaking of stupid dum-dums...
That's the last of them.
Okay, where did those corpses end up? Alright, actually, I think I know where we are. We're right near the entrance. Okay, that's HIA. It looks like... Yeah, if we loop around here...
What, Captain?
Stupid sprat. Yes, alright. There's another area I haven't even been yet. HIA facility rear exterior. I guess I should just be taking all these consumables to sell, if nothing else. I haven't wanted to carry them, but... I also haven't been having any issues with inventory space yet. So I guess I might as well. Nothing. I guess the items in these bins must be at least partially randomly generated. Oh, very good, Happy Carl. Congrats. Yeah, the 3080s were all sold out the instant I went looking for them. It's the freaking scalpers and Bitcoin miners. Just macroing the hell out of the websites that sell them. You'd think those websites like Newegg and Amazon, would have some sort of macro protection, you know, some sort of anti-script measures or something, but I guess not.
Oh, good. Another research site. I'm just dying to know what happened to Excelsior, whatever his name is.
Yeah, me too, Max. Me too. For the sake of the consumer market K definition, but nobody cares about the consumer anymore, so... Oh, look at this. Adrena time stuck in the research notes. Issue 3 of 4. The word "and" is written on the spine. After pacifying the Canid threat, rejuvenated hero Archibald Excelsior is deployed to the subterranean metropolis of Hephaestus to quell the rise of supervillainous a cappella band, the Sprat Pack, when a new foe arrives to stop him. Buff Hardman, acquisitions agent of Super Dark Reclamation, will stop at nothing to acquire Hephaestus Mining's productive corporate enclave for his shadowy shipping concern. When Excelsior interferes with Hardman's plans to mind control the Sprat Pack, Hardman turns his dastardly mind control ray on Excelsior. Will a mustachioed hero free his mind from Hardman's power with his newly healed heart intact? Well, there's the clue, I guess. Unlock the secret society hideout. Virgil Sharp's datapad. Birdie! Law damn it, Birdie, what'd I tell you about your pestering Maurice? He's not interested. If you scare him off the project, you're gone. I don't care if you're my kid's sister. We need his research. We don't need you. Got it? Good. Wow, what an asshole. I took a look at the preliminary schedule you sent over. You got all the tasks tracked, but the timing is off. For one thing, you have me finishing the metal casings fabrication after the package is supposed to be complete. Find me at my workstation in the mines near OCI when you get off shift. I'll go over the rest of my criticisms in person. By the marvelous mustache of Excelsior Gil. P.S. How long do we have to keep saying that? It's ridiculous. Oh, hey, Warstar, welcome! Alright, I guess we've got the last piece of the puzzle. Huh? Nothing. Sealed. Okay, I guess that leads into HIA. That's nothing. About this. Anything interesting in here? No. So I guess it's just the way we came in. Ah, congrats, Warstar! It's the best time of the year to be outside, isn't it? Not too hot, not too cold. You get to dress up in somewhat warmer clothing and you don't have to walk around in shorts and a t-shirt getting bitten by insects all day long, huh? Good luck with the winter expeditions, man. Those are going to be... Well, I mean, I'm not expecting there to be quite a lot of snow this year. There certainly hasn't been the past couple, so your winter expeditions might just end up being more of the fall routine. Yeah, together they make the phrase, speak friend and enter. So we now need to... Can we actually get there from the OCI upper exterior? I guess it's possible, Happy Carl. At this time of year, Warstar? Really? Even though it's getting colder? Back in Connecticut, this time of year, at least when I was growing up anyway, the mosquitoes would have been all but gone by now, by this time of year. Oh yeah, Nobleman. I've got a bunch of viewers who either live there or have lived there but evacuated. Now is a very good time not to be in California. Enter true fan passphrase. One final task. Complete a test to prove your bona fideness in true fan quiz. What was the name of the Manta Mastermind's second in command? Defeated in hand-to-claw combat. It was Sisik Sassafras. Execute villain protocol. Hang on a minute. Yikes, Warstar. I wonder if that's to do with weather-related changes from all the smoke from California being on fire. Or, you know, just climate change in general. That's terrible, though, Warstar. I'm really sorry to hear that. Yikes, that's a very, very big yikes. Alright, let's see. Mind attributes. Body attributes. Personality attributes. Hack 150. Execute villain protocol. Villain protocol is active. Door is unlocked. You win this round, Dastardly Fiend, but you haven't heard the last from us. The Super Science Lad's sidekicks extraordinaire will make you rue this act of most vile treachery. Screw you, nerds. Passage is unlocked. The sanctum is compromised. This can only be the work of Agent Buff Hardman's foul henchman, the snide secretary. Begone, cursed knave. Push thine pencils elsewhere. Amazing. Yes, Hunter, I am. I sure hope I didn't screw myself over by running.
Must have been where those researchers had their hideout. You think we can get inside?
By running the villain protocol. Interesting to see one of these buildings that hasn't been completely destroyed. And there she is, I suspect. The pet. $2,250 bits. Hot damn and hallelujah. Oh, okay, Warstar, gotcha. Jeez. Well, Warstar, at least you'll still have something to do if all the winter courses get cancelled. That being said, I hope they don't get cancelled, but the way things have been going, with everything being way hotter than it should be, I would be very surprised if you get even the minimum 2 feet of snow out there. Alright, let's see about this. 748 DPS. Two-handed melee? This lovingly handcrafted replica energy axe bears a striking resemblance to the pest extermination tool wielded by pulp legend Archibald Excelsior. With his faint pen in hand, the intimable Excelsior exterminated a plague of manta men, a horde of crystal canids, a pack of supervillainous singing sprats, and a molten giant the size of a mountain, all while nursing a broken heart. Only a true fan could have crafted such an improbable weapon. And, unsurprisingly, in Max's hands, it's trash. Well, just another worthless trophy to throw in the storage bin with the others. Alright, well, GG on that, I guess. Electric Fling. So now we only need the one from HIA, which is where we have to go anyway. So actually, let's head to the Sprat Shack exterior. Yeah, Yami, what a great oh, now that we've completed that quest, we get a new loading screen with all the issues of the comic. That's interesting. Oh no, my ankles.
Hey, stranger. Let me know if you're looking for something particular.
All right.
All sorts of salvage and weapons. And plenty of.
Yeah, Warstar, I know that feeling. Back when I was still taking my certification for the Wilderness First Responder course, which was years ago, I haven't taken it in a long time because I haven't had any real need or use to. The majority of the people in that course were pretty much that. They were city kids thinking they were going to go out into the wilderness and just drink alcohol for a little while and just have an easy time of it. Never ends up going quite the way they expect. I did, Hunter. Yes, I have that weapon. Man, some of these, some of these medicines are selling for more than the weapons I've been finding. Yeah, Warstar, that's exactly what happened on the last course I took. It was just a bunch of city kids. We went out to do the wilderness overnight portion of the WFR course, and out of the 15 people in that course, 5 of them brought some form of alcohol. After that point, I was like, you know what? No, I don't think I'm going to keep going in for recert, because why? What's the point? Why do I bother? Sprint speed, Mag to melt, that I need. Mag to power, that I don't. Vented toughening, I'll keep. Whisper quiet muzzler. I don't think I'm ever going to need these again. I've already got a weapon that's plenty effective for that. A stealth kit. 717 for the stealth kit. My God. Oh, yeah, Warstar. Yeah, they definitely need some kind of a vetting process for those courses, because they definitely shouldn't let just any idiot in. Some of those stupid city kids who go on those courses thinking they're just going to go out in the woods and party, I mean, I don't need to tell you this, but they're at greater risk of dying on the course by doing something stupid than they ever will be by just going out into the wilderness. What, Happy Carl? No, I didn't see that. When? Twitch doesn't give me notifications about this stuff. How did... What? Who did that? I'm gonna have to see if there are notifications anywhere in Twitch's UI that I can find. Because that's crazy. It definitely sounds like I have somebody to thank. Thanks for the heads up, Carl. I had no idea. Twitch did nothing to tell me. Well, that's not unusual on Nick's stream, Carl. Yeah, Waltz Queen, when you gift subs now, you can choose how many months you want to gift. You can gift, I think, 1, 3, 6, or 12 at a time. Twitch added that a while ago. Alright, well, time to stash this forever. And... Oh, wow, Warstar, that many. Well, think of all the liabilities you guys avoided, Warstar, by denying them. Hello, Evil Cup of Tea. Welcome. Right, I think Vicar Max could be doing a lot better. We could give him the heavy machine gun. And that almost doubles his freaking DPS. Yami, you can't gift me a sub to myself because I'm already permanently subbed to myself. Well, guess we can stash that. Stash that. Actually, we should modify this. That's interesting. And Mr. Acid. Yeah, I think we're going to go Mr. Acid on this because this appears to be the best mod we can possibly use for this weapon. This... Now, this is just inferior. I guess we'll just break this down. As for this... What level is this? This is 31. What could we get this to do? Jesus H. Christ, the DPS on this thing. Happy Carl, thank you so much for gifting a sub to Sir Blackwolf. It's about time he got one. He's gifted so many of his own. Wow, Warstar, that's pretty abysmal numbers. What do these guys go into those courses expecting to do? It's depressing. Oh, continuing. I misread that, Happy Carl. Okay, well, there you go. Thank you for the resub, then. I guess, Yami, I guess. Modify. If. Oh yeah, what if we added corrosive damage to this? And I guess we could put a Fun Times barrel on. Because the crit rate of this thing... 32.5% crit damage. That promises to be an interesting... 4,300... Jesus! I guess, Yami. Break down. Right, we can break this down. And to whom can we give this? What'll it do DPS-wise for her? 1,692 damage. Well... even the freaking heavy machine gun is doing less damage than that. That is stupid. Even that does less. Holy hell.
Lord wins.
Carl, thank you so much for gifting a sub to AK416. Very much appreciate that. Oh, welcome back, Magnus. Baked ziti is definitely a good choice. Yoka, could we give her something better? Is this better? It is better. Huh. All right. We try, Happy Carl. We certainly do our best. That I guess we can get rid of. I believe I have heard of it, Yami, but it's the kind of... yeah, exactly. It's the kind of game that I could not handle playing on stream because it's too fast-paced and it requires too much focus. Special delivery. Now, there's an abysmal, disappointing weapon. Yeah, Waltz Queen, easier said than done. I absolutely can't get in that zone when I'm trying to stream. I can't. It's just too much focus. Right, I guess I'll stash Finn's force. It's, served me reasonably well before now, but... well, let me repair everything. And we'll give this gun one last try.
Stay safe out there.
Just one. Alright. If there's one thing I've learned, it's that I had bloody well better save. Oh yeah, I have to close the menu, don't I? That's still highlighted. We still have to go to the same place anyway, I guess, so that would be... Oh, japchae! Yeah, Waltz Queen! That's a good dish. I've only had it once or twice, but I quite like it. Been thinking of trying to learn how to make it myself. Oh, here we are again. Alright. Oh, hi!
You're wounded!
This is why we save. The minute you fire this damn thing, you've got marauders all over you. Where'd everybody go? Oh. Parvati, are you alright? Max, what are you doing?
That's the last of
it. Yeah, of course, Yami. Of course. Never miss an opportunity for a self-promotion, do you? Alright. If you're promoting you streaming on my Discord, Yami. But I'll let it slide this once. Oh, I forgot to put the stupid nightlight away.
Show your boss that you are prime, because you take a dream of time.
What do we have here? Armor parts. Nothing else. Oh, no. Bits. Yeah, Warstar, good luck calling a cab for a horse. I mean, the horse is already sort of the method of transportation that you would expect to be using to get back home after a night of drinking, but...
Whatever disgusting thing this is does not bode well.
Oh, it reeks like death warmed over. I'm gonna hurl.
Welcome to Human Inquiry Mountain, the Spacer's Choice Facility. My name is Dr. Marion Blakesley, and I'd like to congratulate you all on volunteering for this important opportunity. Whatever your past, know that as of today, each of you will be part of something greater. Together, we will unlock the path to discoveries that profit all of us.
Our brightest minds did their dirtiest work here. We made puppets out of people and tested them until they broke. Walk softly, Captain. Some of them still live here, and they hate to be disturbed.
I'd like to believe that nothing this place throws at us could be worse than what we've already faced, but I'm not so sure.
We made it through, Chem, okay? We can make it through this. Right?
Amateur, it might not be airtight. Or the dialogue might just not take into account the fact that they're wearing airtight suits. Savage test subject. Well...
Don't mess with us.
Augmented reinforcement. Nothing. Bard, of course.
Huh? Here they come!
Oh, alright. Okay, there's a terminal there. We'll get to that in a moment. What's this? White chocolate yummies. I'm not sure I trust that. Amazing, War Star. Right. Incoming messages. Volunteer induction. Oh dear. From Ryan Blakesley regarding questions. Wait a minute. Weaver subject help? Okay. From Morley B to Sonoda C. Regarding question. Every volunteer means just that, Ms. Sonoda. We're entering a vital phase of the testing process, and that means every volunteer participates in the trials. It's all the more critical that we maintain careful records of the dosages involved, of course. We're counting on you for that. Are you sure it was with me, Warstar? For some reason, it feels like I'm hearing it for the first time. But then again, my mind is not as solid as it once was, and it was never really all that good in terms of memory. Upcoming changes. In light of certain recent developments, our friends at OCI have generously provided us with advice and guidelines intended to ensure the best possible outcomes for our research here at HIA. To that end, we'll be establishing new testing parameters and volunteer preparation guidelines effective immediately. These guidelines will be provided to you at your stations. Really would like to congratulate you all on what you've achieved so far. Keep your heads down and your minds focused on the work, and the rest will come easy. If you have concerns, kindly forward them to my assistant, Benjamin Morley. Safety protocols. In order to minimize damage to company property and/or personnel, please observe the following guidelines during the volunteer induction process. Do not touch and/or handle test subjects. Please defer to security personnel. Avoid using inflammatory phrases or terms such as untested chemicals. Consider patented Spacer's Choice formula. Test subject. Consider valued volunteer. Cells. Consider living quarters. Remind subjects that compliance is one of the requirements of their contract with Spacer's Choice. Do not interrupt official Spacer's Choice communications and/or marketing while directing volunteers. Architect's balls, is that all the guidelines? Look, these people are coming here from Tartarus. Don't let your guard down, don't get friendly, and don't get close. If everyone does their job right, these volunteers will leave this facility as free and upstanding citizens. Yeah, well, we all know how that worked out. To Weaver J, subject, help. Weaver, have you seen my office keycard? If this is one of your little tests, it's not funny. Security is already at full burn. They're gonna lose their bolts when they catch me taking the long way around to the facility areas. The faculty areas. Please tell me it's sitting on your desk or something. Okay, well, look for a security card on a desk, I guess. Oh, I might have, Warstar. I just, for some reason, don't recall having that discussion. But I also don't recall discussions I had last week, so don't take it personal. Volunteer quarters, i.e. holding cells. Yeesh. Hello, Dioscorui. Welcome. Oh, God.
thought these folks were supposed to be volunteers. Why do they got them bunking like prisoners?
This whole place reminds me too much of my own incarceration, to be honest.
I mean, they were inmates from Tartarus, which is a prison colony, who were basically forcibly brought here and used as test subjects. Small wonder these corporate bastards would be treating them this way. I don't know why I'm even looking around for treasure. I don't know why I expect there to be any in a prison. Warstar, if I'm honest, I don't recall ever reading that. I think I remember opening it to the first page, going through a sentence of it, and thinking, you know what? Maybe I'll pass. I don't think I realized quite what it was when you linked it to me.
This is your time to shine. You may just find yourselves doing similar work at a real office someday. Remember, compliance with all instructions from facility personnel is stipulated in your contracts.
Yeah, contracts that were signed for them without their consent. Man, these guys sure did a number on this place. Oh, hello. I guess they got heavy weapons from somewhere, too. Only now that you mention it, Warstar.
Here they come!
I think I'd finally managed to put it out of my mind, and you had to go and remind me of it. What the... what?
Well done. We're still alive.
Thank you.
Lugal, thank you so much for the resub. Welcome back. Spooky day to you as well, Lugal. I hope you're doing okay. I hope October's been treating you well enough. Yeah, Curse Nobleman, I modified a flamethrower to throw acid, and this is the result. The DPS is nuts. And actually, Max and Parvati are both doing a lot better DPS-wise now that I've taken away the gimmick weapons and given them stuff that actually does proper DPS. Let me just make sure I've not missed anything. I have missed something. Enter testing supervisor's passcode. Oh, welcome Marion Blakesley. And this, I believe, lets us bypass most of the area.
This appears to be where they observed their unfortunate charges and levied judgment on their own lack of humanity.
It does appear that way. Oh yeah, because that down there is supposed to be a simulated office environment, and actually, now that I look at it, I see that I missed some stuff. Well, Warstar, I'm not about to shame anybody, but that is definitely... Next time you link something like that for me, I'm going to, I think, politely decline. There's a lot of this blue light that looks like mag picks and... Okay. Test chamber 2. So I guess these test chambers just had simulated tasks for these people that they were supposed to perform while they were hopped up on Adrena time. Doesn't seem to be anything else in here. I guess the only purpose of this area is for us to bypass the test chamber. That, I guess, then can just stay barred. Oh, no, it can't. We have to go through there, it looks like. Oh, no. I stand corrected. This is just a safe passage past all of that. Well, so much the better. This prevents us completely from having to deal with any of that nastiness. What about this? What have we here? Oh, I guess this must be the morgue. Is there a sign above the door? Yes, but not one that's specific to the room.
I don't feel good. I don't feel good at all.
Yeah, you and me both, Parvati. Pressurized injection mask. Movement speed, attack speed, all attributes. Pressurized injection mask completely covers the airways of the subject, allowing for... acting control of gas compositions used in the experiments. Many subjects report that this helmet doesn't feel suffocating. Pressurized injection suit uses a series of pressurized mechanical syringes to feed precise dosages of liquid compounds directly into the test subject's bloodstream at multiple points throughout the body. It's all very scientific and very creepy. And terrible. This is clearly a morgue. Yeah, geez. Yeah, very, very horrifying, Warstar. As if the Gimp mask weren't horrifying enough in its own right. Alright. So, I should double check. Photograph behind a pipe in Observation Room B. Behind a pipe. Well, this is not the observation room. This must be corpse disposal down here. I bet this leads into the furnace. It sure does.
I don't want to see no more. I can't take this.
Each discovery is worse than the last. Human depravity knows no bounds, does it?
Yes, this is definitely an incinerator. Oh, wow. Oh, no. It's not an incinerator. It's a compactor. Holy hell. They weren't burning them. They were squishing them into cubes. Ugh. Jesus H. Christ. Oh, and this is an elevator, I guess. Wait a minute. This probably leads to another observation room. Oh, it leads to the administrative level then. Okay. Oh, no, the portable phonograph is down there somewhere, I guess. Test design office. Oh, that's not even a real door. Okay. Alright, one thing at a time then, because there's a lot to unpack here. Holy hell. Yeah, Yami. Yeah, Soylent Cube. The best thing I can say for Soylent Cube, Warstar, is that it's probably not meant for human consumption. And I say that with a relatively minimal margin of certainty. Alright, well, what's on this terminal? Reset and disposal department? 0W. Incoming messages from Sandoval V. Bet. I don't want to play anymore. Let's just do our jobs, okay? Wow. Outgoing messages. This week's bet. Alright, my 10 bits are on 52F. I know what you're thinking. He's so skinny that's gotta be bad odds, but I'm a gambling man, Victoria, and I've got an eye for this now. What do you think? Oh no, they were betting on the survival of test subjects, I guess. The truth. Notice anything? No, I'm not talking about the subjects, Vicky. I'm talking about the numbers. I've been keeping track of how many bodies we process every day and every week, and the number fluctuates, but never too much. 1 and 3 and 2 and 5 and 1 and 1 and 2 and then 10. Just look at the chart I left on your desk. You can see for yourself that there's a pattern. You see it, right? Yeah, Warstar, this is horrifying. Oh, thanks, Yami. I appreciate it. Oh, wow. They were actually running out of room to dispose these bodies. Just dumping him into... This doesn't even look like an incinerator. This just looks like a vent. This just looks like HVAC. All right, well... Let's see what else. Because I think... Yeah, mine too, Warstar. This is... Oh, what have we here?
Get him strapped down!
Dr. Blakeslee.
Subject demonstrates catastrophic personality collapse. Fucker bit me.
Marion.
Interesting. I think I'm going into shock.
Well, she's a zombie now. Okay, Lord Luis, have a good one. We'll catch you later. Sorry, Warstar. I genuinely had no idea we were in for this. Ah, there it is.
I don't believe we've discussed side effects, Dr. Ambrose.
The drug's not ready for release yet. The side effects are immaterial.
So it's dangerous. Perhaps it results in some thrilling mutations. Forearms, maybe? Or a second head?
Try delusion, paranoia, gastric bleeds, violence, and fatal insomnia. Shall I enumerate every way our volunteers have died? Suicide by automech, suicide by hanging, starvation.
Cut the recording, Georgie.
You sure, boss? I just put on a new cylinder.
Stroke, spontaneous combustion, internal exsanguination.
Just turn it off.
Well. Johansson R. Messages. Incoming messages. Hey. Look, Embry lost his head because he couldn't keep up with the work. He was never going to amount to anything, and we all knew it. The surprise is that he lasted this long. I don't know why my reports are any of your business to begin with, but I know how to use a damn computer. I bet Weaver put you up to this. I've been working twice as hard as anyone else in this office the past month. And now she thinks I'm going to outpace her. But maybe it's simpler than that. These emails used to just be a nuisance. Now I'm starting to think maybe your loyalty's to some other corporation. Resets. If we're going to meet OCI's figures this month, we'll need to double our testing capacity over the next few weeks. To that end, I need everyone in observation to work with disposal to have the preparation time between tests. Have the volunteers exit at a jog if you have to. Just try not to let them see the bodies. Jesus Christ. From Ruan to Johansson. Hey, you and Andre talk about tossballs sometimes, right? Have you noticed anything different about him lately? I'm pretty sure he's been at his desk all night. I was going to congratulate him on his newfound productivity, but I took a look at his reports just now. Some of them have very basic formatting errors. It's not like him at all. Maybe you could ask him about it. If something's wrong with his terminal, he should probably get it taken care of sooner rather than later. Oh, yeah, that's not helpful, is it, Carl? Well, Warstar, I'm guessing that's probably not a good thing. I genuinely apologize. I didn't realize that you were going to come here to this. I didn't realize I was going to come here to this. But now that I'm in the thick of it, I almost can't help but keep going. Safety reminder from Marion Blakesley. In light of certain recent incidents, I'd like to remind you all that it is paramount that we follow all Spacer's Choice guidelines regarding safety and security. Yes, you will suffer professional and financial consequences if you are found to be responsible for damaging company property. But here at HIA, inattentiveness and recklessness also endanger highly limited company resources and threaten our overall production schedule. Think about what we are all here to achieve, then consider whether you want to be the one that lets us all down. Luckily, any and all injuries suffered by the volunteers this past week have been minor. All testing will proceed as scheduled. Reminder that all personnel are advised to report to the infirmary if they experience any symptoms listed on the notice LeBlanc provided earlier this month. It is strongly suggested that you use your allotted break to do this, as any losses to productivity will be reflected in your paycheck and/or indentureship agreement.
Lord winds, blessing upon thee.
Black Wolf, thank you so much for gifting a sub to Warstar. Really appreciate that. Well, I appreciate your understanding, Warstar. Okay, Dio, have a good one. Take care. Observation. Wait a minute. Outgoing messages. To Hammond. Subject the boss. Hey, Andre, Dr. Blakesley started to come down here pretty often, usually for the morning shift. She hasn't said anything, just watches us go through the tests for a while and then gets up and walks out. Weaver tried to give her a report, I think, but Blakesley gave her a look and that was the end of it. You think we're doing something wrong? You'd tell me if you knew anything, right? I'll split my lunch with you again. Oh, and hey, great game last night, eh? Sandoval. Remantisaurs? Yeah, we're going back to mannequins for Phase 5. None of the test subjects felt too torn up about shooting killer bugs from Monarch, I guess. Should make things easier for you over in Disposal, right? The best part is that one of the cages didn't close properly last night, and a couple of the little mantipillars got loose. Who knows where they are now? Marley had an absolute fit. I don't think he likes bugs. No wonder these idiots ended up with mantipillars running wild all over the whole asteroid. Hello, Abiscuda, welcome! Observation logs, compliance testing parameters. Holy hell. Initial testing phase. Wait a minute. Compliance testing parameters, okay. Initial testing phase 1. Subjects SC1A through K were given forms and writing implements and instructed to fill them out to corporate standards. Upon completion, forms were placed into an employer-sanctioned shredding device by a technician. Test was then repeated. Volunteer SC1D Kendall objected to further testing after completion of second set of forms. Volunteer SC1G after 5th. Volunteer SC1B after 10th. No further objections from remaining volunteers. SC1E Hobbs was discovered to be functionally illiterate and tagged for early advancement to the second phase of compliance testing. Objection from volunteer SC1D. Yeah, Warstar, they certainly went all in on the writing, didn't they? I mean, this game does that to a T, but it hasn't generally done it with body horror before now. Subjects SC5A through K were given visual demonstrations of multiple physical exercises. Note, thank you testing assistant layman. Then instructed to replicate them in accordance with verbal instructions. Observational notes. Subject SC5H complained of physical exhaustion after 5 minutes, missing numerous verbal cues. Subject SC5A, 5E, and 5K failed out at around the 15-minute mark. Test was terminated after 30 minutes as the technician became too hoarse to provide instruction. Mid-stage testing. Subjects are instructed to follow a closed circuit around the perimeter of the testing chamber for the duration of the test. At random intervals, technician is to provide vocal cue to reverse course. The 8 test subjects remaining in group SC27, 6 respond to vocal cues. Subject 63D became aggressive and was removed. Subject 63B collapsed 30 minutes into the experiment and was removed. Remaining subjects exhibited compliance with all vocal cues for remainder of experiment. Technician's addendum. Observational data compromised due to equipment failure. Technician Embre S was found incapable of continued operation due to incessant weeping and was withdrawn, flagged for disciplinary measures. Wow. So that's what happens to testing technicians with a conscience. Observation logs. Late stage testing phase 4. Subjects are isolated and instructed to select one member of their experiment group for immediate removal from the volunteer program. Subject 63A volunteers, Subject 63F. 63B is unresponsive for duration of testing. 63C deliberates for 5 minutes and 30 seconds before volunteering Subject 63E. 63D is unable to recall the names and/or identification numbers of her fellows, but has volunteered each of them in turn, citing immediate need for additional Compound X injections. Subject 63E volunteers 63F. (63F) refuses to comply with instruction for duration of testing session. 63G exhibits extreme confusion and extreme emotional distress. Demands morning injection. Technician's addendum. Time as of previous notice 1400 hours. Subject exhibits extreme aggression. Subject terminated. Late stage testing phase 5. Subject is instructed to fire at shrouded target, one industry standard fashion modeling assistive device. Mannequin. Subject is not informed of nature of target. Observational notes. Subject is fired at target. Auditory reward initiated. Test reset. Subject fired at observation window. Automated security enabled. Test reset. Subject fired at subject other. Automated security enabled. Subject fired at other subject. Same deal. Subject fired at target. Auditory reward initiated. Subject refuses to fire. Refuses to fire. Subject unresponsive. Test reset. Okay, I guess that's everything. Yeah, Floofin, that's the motto of the Spacer's Choice firearms, I guess. Whoa. Oh, this is the test chamber for the, I see what's going on.
Understood. Here they come.
Why do I bother trying to sneak for this?
Process performing in air.
Okay, so this was the firing range part of the test. Wait, why am I... Oh, because this is acid we're standing in. Maybe we should move. Alright, so that doesn't go anywhere important. We got the data from that terminal, which is fine. Second observation room. So I guess we have to go back through corpse disposal. Well, that's fun. Plus, you know it's deliberate that they make us walk through the corpse disposal chute to get to the target. Alright. Well, at the very least, we get to bypass the test chambers. Okay, I guess that isn't going to open ever. What do we have here? Welcome, Morley B. Incoming messages. From Ruan, concerns. This isn't about a few volunteers, Morley. Most of test group SC-22A is already gone. Subject 17 is nonverbal, but we've had some luck using small amounts of the compound to coax him into the testing rooms. To be honest, some of the staff are starting to worry me too. It's not just that ghoul and disposal either. Weaver's convinced that the compound's getting into the ventilation systems somehow. I've caught her scrubbing her hands raw at the washing stations. I've tried reciting our safety protocols to her, but it hasn't seemed to help. I'm starting to think she might not be wrong. Let's see, Warstar. Oh! Warstar, is this one of your horses? This is adorable, Warstar. It looks like she really, really loves her toy Flounder. This is excellent, Warstar. We get lots of people posting pictures of dogs and cats. We get very few pictures of horses. So this is a rare treat. Thank you. I really appreciate this. Blakesley condolence letters. 2 testing reports. Morley, pick out 2 of the deceased test subjects and whip up condolence letters. Something saccharine and noble. Feel free to invent next of kin if there are none on record. Use the cheap paper. Leave the letters on my desk. I'll dispose of them shortly. Wow. Oh, it's from a friend's place. Okay, Warstar. Outgoing messages. To all personnel, termination notice. This notice is to inform all HIA staff that testing associate Angus Ruan is no longer a Spacer's Choice Pharmaceuticals employee, effective immediately. Valued members of the Spacer's Choice family, I trust that you will all pull together to shoulder Mr. Ruan's responsibilities in his place. Oh, he got punked, I guess. Incident reports. The missing test subject has been found and apprehended. Apparently he got into the testing department where he remained. I'm afraid nobody noticed for several hours. Hennessy had him doing paperwork. I think it's clear at this point that subject SC-44B12 didn't get out on his own. As far as we can tell, he didn't have much of an escape plan. The door was simply unlocked for a short period of time during the night. In the meantime, I've made it clear to the security forces that no further breaches will be tolerated. Archived messages. Delete this. How do I delete this message, Morley? To mostly see. Clarence, the latest results are in. As you'd hoped, you'll find the violent cases now account for a smaller overall percentage of the testing pool. I expect that will change in about 2 or 3 weeks, so you'd better get that report out to Goodfellow in a hurry. In the meantime, dosing all of the test subjects means that HIA is now in the business of generating aggressive psychotics. So if you could take 2 minutes out of your fundamentally pointless existence to somehow make it clear to Mr. Goodfellow that I need an update on those resources I requested, as well as the matter of additional security, increased oversight at Chem, or any kind of explanation for what the fuck. And that's where the message ends. Oh, amazing. Blakesley wants to delete that, okay. Alright, what about Hack65, deleted messages? Read me from Blakesley to Morley. You receive any communications from Dr. Ambrose, ignore them, also notify me at once. And don't piss yourself worrying, it won't come up on your assessments. Morley, no word from OCI. We'll keep going as we are. Say something to the staff. Break out that list of prepared statements I gave you. I suggest number 4. Remember to smile. I'm heading down to oversee today's testing personally. Make sure I'm not disturbed. Oh, that's awesome, Warstar. I'll have to try and track that down. Thank you for the heads up. This doesn't look on it at all. Oh yes, and of course when we examine this terminal, we are surely going to be contacted by Goodfellow / Ambrose. Castillo N. HIA visitation protocols? Thanks, Mel. Excellent. All right, have a good one, Happy Carl. Thank you for joining us. The HIA facility is a dedicated research facility and houses a considerable quantity of hazardous materials, machinery, and personnel. Hazardous personnel? As such, no external visitors are to be permitted at any time absent express written permission from HIA testing supervisor, Dr. Marion Blakesley. If you suspect a visitor does not have appropriate credentials, please observe the following procedures. Stay calm, notify nearby security personnel of your suspicions, wait for security personnel and/or equipment to finish disposing of the visitor, complete an incident report per official guidelines, remember to use Spacer's Choice approved formatting and language. At no point should you leave your workstation unattended. Leaving your workstation unattended will be considered a severe security breach and may result in a fine or summary termination of your employment with Spacer's Choice. Your supervisor has posted the following addendum. Right, that's the official shit. If we do get visitors, inform me at once. If they're from other departments, if it's Dr. Ambrose, don't get in her way, but log her every move. If it's Clarence Mosley, keep him at reception. I'll come down in person to see this law-given miracle for myself. If Jasper Lowe or anyone else from Chem turns up, let them stew at reception. I'll send Assistant Morley down eventually. Okay. Messages. From Marion Blakesley. Update to protocol. HIA is on lockdown until further notice. Do not let anyone into the facility until the escaped volunteers are located. I'm going to check volunteer induction for any signs of our fugitives. If you receive any keycard access notifications in the next 20 minutes, ignore them. Okay, I guess that was right when things started going to shit. Hello, Street Shark. Welcome. Good to see you. Sealed? Huh. Okay, well, if that's sealed... What? This quest bugged out somehow? Oh, you know what? Because I don't have this actual quest selected. Okay. And the override authorization from Blakesley's terminal.
Lord Wind's blessing upon...
Black Wolf, thank you so much for gifting a sub to Street Shark. Okay, so I guess we can't actually do anything from here, and Blakesley's terminal is down below, apparently. Ah. Supervisor. Okay, so there's the terminal. But what, I wonder, do we have here?
Left hand, Captain.
possibly have been stashed in this room, which was locked behind an extremely high-level lock. Nothing of particular note so far. Seemingly nothing of particular note at all. Just a whole bunch of random trash. This is the entire DLC. Let's see, Warstar. Wow! Warstar, I'm almost afraid to ask the context behind this image. I'm almost not sure I want to know. Did the pony just shoot that guy, Warstar? Oh, okay, this is the terminal we've already looked at.
Did you enjoy the show? I didn't. You should have left Gorgon in its grave, where it belongs. Now I'm afraid I have to find a more permanent way to put you down. It's a good thing then that I finally figured out what you're after. I'll see you soon, little weasel.
Is it just me, or does it seem like our mysterious nemesis watches too many Aetherwave serials?
This is sick. I can't bear it any longer.
Well, Parvati agrees with us, Warstar. If that's any consolation. So, they've figured out what we're after means they know we're trying to get the journal. And if they know about the journal, then it's got to be Olivia Ambrose herself. Street Shark, it is basically a better Fallout 4. It's made by Obsidian. It's made by the same people who made Fallout 1 and 2, and the same people who, with all kinds of interference from Bethesda, made Fallout New Vegas. So yes, it absolutely has the Fallout pedigree, and it's better because Bethesda had nothing to do with it. Oh, holy hell, Warstar. I would have gotten the opposite idea from that picture. It looks like the pony snuck up on that guy in a back alley and bludgeoned him. Oh, gotcha, Street Shark. Well, basically this game is a smaller scale and much more linear Fallout title that can only be played in first person and is set in space. New Vegas? I did play New Vegas, Street Shark. I liked it better than 3, and a hell of a lot better than 4. Four was just a typical Bethesda snooze fest. Boring, repetitive, tedious. I've enjoyed this a lot more. Yeah, I can see what you're going for, Warstar. I can absolutely appreciate that. Alright, what do we got? Shock and Awe. High volts, low amps. Or is it low volts, high amps? A nightmare for your enemies either way, especially if they're electricians. Well, if it's low volts, high amps, that's death. High volts, low amps is what you're supposed to use to stun somebody. What have we here? Broken data pad. Our first test group should be here in just a few hours. I suppose I should be catching up on sleep, but it's far more important to mark the occasion. I really think we can achieve something here. Every citizen of Halcyon wants to be of use deep down. This compound can restore industry and work ethic even to outlaws and miscreants. We don't need places like Tartarus anymore. Dissidents will be a thing of the past. Boy, that was a lofty idea. A little bit, amateur. I've actually wired a few light fixtures in my own home, amateur, so I had to brush up a little bit to make sure I didn't fry myself. Yeah, Street Shark, it is in Fallout 4. Chem has sent over its first shipment of this mystery drug, and the testing chambers are operational. Once we've proven out our methods, it will be that much easier to convince OCI to invest in better equipment. The remaining entries are inaccessible, but we already know how it went.
Okay, keep him quiet.
Nothing in here, I guess. Baser's Choice Funeral Expenses Receipt. Dear Sir and/or Madam, this notice is to acknowledge payment in full of all funeral expenses pertaining to Henry Blakesley. Wow. Enclosed, you will find an invoice for receipt handling and delivery fees, as well as a witness statement as to the exemplary loveliness of the eulogy. Baser's Choice offers its condolences as well as its congratulations for your unflagging work ethic. So her husband died. I have to guess he must have died testing this crap. Oh, congrats, Breakfast. Awesome. All right. Messages. Incoming messages. From Olivia Ambrose, frequency of testing updates. Marion, it's been 3 weeks. Where the fuck are the reports from HIA? Deliver them to me by the end of the day or deliver me your letter of resignation. I'm done asking. In the future, you will send bi-weekly reports of HIA's status. These reports will include an inventory of test subjects, which version of the Gorgon compound they have been administered, how frequently those administrations have occurred, and who's been administering them. To these reports, you will append a mortality record. This record will include an accounting of the burn-down rate of our current stock of volunteers and compound capsules, in addition to a thorough analysis of their injuries. I want to see charts, Mary. Big fucking charts with lots of precious little numbers. And before you ask, bi-weekly means twice a week. Don't pretend you don't know what I mean. Condolences, etc. Marion, personalize and forward the following note to the families of the deceased volunteers. Take carbon copies and send those on to Lucian at the usual address. Make certain he gets every single one. Ollie. Dear Name, it is with regret that I write to inform you of the death of your relation, Name. They died peacefully attended by their fellows, which is a big fat lie. Amateur, basically, what you were told in the industrial setting probably relates to the fact that the higher voltages are also being pushed by higher amperages. If you imagine the voltage as a pipe And, or you imagine the whole thing as a pipe. The voltage is the diameter of the pipe, and the amperage is how quickly the liquid inside the pipe is flowing. Even a large pipe with a fairly slow flow can be non-lethal. So lots of volts at low amps won't necessarily kill you. What kills you is how fast the current is flowing through that conduit. If the current is flowing slowly, that means there are low amps. Higher amps means the current is flowing faster, which is why regular 110, which comes out of a standard wall outlet, can kill you because it's pushed by about 12 amps. And even 1 amp is enough current to kill a person. So yeah, Amateur, what you were told was probably correct, but there's additional information behind it, which is that the lower voltage systems were being pushed by lower amperages. So yeah, the 480 volt power systems you were interacting with, those were probably much higher amperage than the 24 volt systems. Jesus Christ, Warstar. That is awful. Yeah, 6,000 amps. Woof. Hello, Fuji, welcome. Yeah, I learned a little bit in tech school, but breakfast, get the hell out. Jesus Christ, man. Alright, outgoing messages. To Goodfellow. Yes, many of the subjects still exhibited increased energy levels and compliance, the same euphoric response, but they inevitably crash. Testing clearly suggests that Chem's Compound X has extreme and irreversible effects when administered repeatedly over a long period of time. Several volunteers in the old SCO2 group are barely verbal. When they do speak, it's to beg for more of the compound. I'm finding it hard to shine that up for you, Lawrence. So good you'll beg for more? Don't you dare use that. If we could dilute the compound or even ease out the schedule, we could mitigate some of the addictive effects. Weaning some of the earlier test subjects off the compound might buy us time until Chem refines the formula. I need time, Lawrence. Well, at that point, Warstar, you can't really call it a rescue retrieval. It's just a retrieval. There's not enough left of him to rescue. And boy, I don't blame you. 1,500 volts at 6,000 amps. What the hell kind of power system was it? That sounds like a regional level transformer for a consumer electric grid. To Morley B. I actually learned welding myself in high school, Street Shark. Morley, I need you to compile some of the test results from the past month. Pull a subset from the reports we've been forwarding to OCI, if you like, so long as there are charts. Make sure the worst of the mortality reports are up front, will you? Oh, okay, so that was what she was supposed to send to Ollie. Let's see. Testing labs, retest group SC82. Yeah, Amateur, that's a... At least nobody died, but that's a pretty poignant way to learn you cannot use standard frequency cable for a high frequency power source. You can't. From Marion Blakesley to Testing Labs. At the behest of the Office of Creative Incubation, we are applying varying amounts of unknown solutions to test subjects that are already mid-treatment. What organizational schema do you imagine would miraculously restore scientific rigor to this process? Stick to the current system. Well, at least she tried. To Morley. Morley, pick out 2 of the deceased test subjects and whip up condolence letters. Something saccharine and noble. Oh, okay. This was sent to the other terminal. 32 pounds, 9 ounces. Yikes. It was a regional transformer. He was trying to reconnect a down line in January of 2015. Oh, okay. Using a skid lift balloon? His harness failed and his hand touched the live wire. Ugh. That is awful. No, Street Shark, I've always been standing on non-conductive concrete floors when I was welding. Although, Street Shark, I've told this story before, I don't know if you were here for it, but I did have a couple of classmates in my high school shop class where I learned how to weld. A couple of idiots who didn't pay attention when the instructor was teaching us how to use the oxyacetylene torch, and they blew up the oxyacetylene booth because they had the valve open on the torch and they couldn't figure out how to light it, so a combination of highly flammable gases was coming out of the nozzle of the torch and just collecting in the welding booth that had a curtain drawn across it. And when they finally did figure out how to use the flash pan to create a spark and light the torch, all of the gases in the booth exploded. I was across the room at the time, and I heard boom! And a big blue flame leaped out over the top of the curtain across the booth, and these 2 idiots came stumbling out with singed eyebrows, looking like they had no idea what just happened to them. Oh man, Monotone, that's the worst. You'd think there'd be a little bit more effort to waterproof everything in that environment. But I guess not. Who pays attention to safety anymore? Yeah, they didn't get too badly hurt, Shinichizo, fortunately. But after that happened, the shop teacher told us that he had it happen on a previous year, and it knocked a ceiling tile out from the blast. And I guess a year before that, he'd had a couple of idiots who, right after he told them not to get liquid anywhere near the molten 3,000 degree aluminum at the small gas-powered forge we had in the shop, one of them spit in the kiln. And 3,000 degree molten aluminum splattered everywhere. Not to mention, I guess somebody in an industrial setting he'd worked at once somehow managed to knock the cap off of a tank of compressed gas, and the decompression of the tank created so much acceleration that the tank punched a hole in a concrete wall. Yeah, Amateur, in a setting like yours, they damn well better. Honestly, a little bit of common sense goes a long way when you're working with heavy machinery or dangerous or combustible chemicals or, you know, machines with pinch points even, anything like that. But common sense seems to be a bit of an oxymoron in some of these settings. Well, you're fortunate for that, Floofin. Yeah, I would hope so, Amateur. Mel, the kids in that school in general weren't the brightest. I was one of the smartest ones, and I'm not even really all that smart. The bar was pretty low, I'll tell you that much. Alright, archived messages. Bancroft L, subject resignation. From Blakesley to Bancroft. Lucian, I'm leaving this message to inform you of my resignation from the position of testing supervisor at Spacer Choice Pharmaceuticals, effective immediately. I won't be returning to headquarters, and I wouldn't bother chasing that tracking signal unless you want to give the boys and girls in HR some exercise. I'll warn you once, do not try and find me. Dr. Marion Blakesley. Alright, what about deleted messages? Condolences, etc. Marion. Cancel all the letters. If they've been hand-delivered, send someone to retrieve them. Security trumps sentiment. Or secrecy trumps sentiment. Don't ever let me do anything so indulgent again. Ollie. Test subject status. Marion, I see now why you held back your reports. Strangulation, attempted disemboweling, blunt force trauma to the head with a bedpan. It's not just that the volunteer deaths are up, but that the ways in which they're dying are appalling. This is unconscionable, an unmitigated disaster. Cease administration of the compound immediately. I'll take this to our liaison, Lucian. Surely when I show him these results, he'll understand that we can't take this product to market as it currently Oh, okay, so it was Lucian's fault, then. Yugoslavian dad, Street Shark? Okay, yeah. I believe it, Street Shark. I have no doubt that he sees tons of idiots like that. Thank you for sparing the details on that, amateur. Delete this. How do I delete this message? Oh, okay, this is the same message. Oh, right, and what we're supposed to do... Admin functions, synthesis and manufactory center status... Locked. Okay, override lockdown. Lockdown override sent.
I knew this place wasn't gonna be some pleasant seaside stroll, Captain, but I don't know how I can live with what we've seen here.
What they did here was inexcusable, Parvati. I agree.
And for the basest of reasons. They knew. They knew Adrena Time did this, yet still released it. All to serve their inexhaustible greed.
They sure do. Hunter, they sure do. She grew up in a Spacer's Choice colony, Shinichizo, yes. But she doesn't have any particular loyalty to them now, especially not after what she's seen. Somehow this doesn't surprise me.
Then we're in agreement, though I wish I could say that it did.
Maybe Miss Ambrose can help fix things once she's cleared her family name. She could hold the board's feet to the fire. Make them pay.
Only one way to find out where this leads. Let's go, guys. But now the question is, can we get out through that door which was sealed before? Oh, this monitor is almost certainly...
I'll be glad to have seen the end of this place, though it will be some time before my mind will be free of it.
Yeah, preach it, Max. Oh, yep, now it's unsealed. Okay. Sheesh. Oh, okay, and we came out the door right near the spot where we found one of those things. Right, I definitely better save now. Yeah, Lord Floofin, or get my fingers caught in a hydromat press. Christ. Alright, guys, well, I think at this point I should probably call it because I desperately need some food and also some rest. So I think what we're going to do is we're going to go raid a friend of mine. Let's see who is on, actually. Oh, alright. I think we are going to go raid... We're gonna go raid my friend Felly, I believe. I think that should, that should do. She is playing some Alien Isolation. It looks like she just started not too long ago. So we are gonna head on over and drop her a raid. Thank you all so much for joining me. And I look forward to seeing all of you next time. Take care, everybody. I will catch all of you then. Have a good one.